Hi, and welcome back. We've got quite the show. I mean, it's been a while, so I guess that makes sense. I do appreciate all of you that are showing up early to the party.
Hi, welcome back. We've got quite the show.
There goes the feedback. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty neurotic and I'm always trying to show up to the party early. And in doing so, I guess I'm always just hoping that there's at least 2 or 3 other people there. I mean, certainly we'll have something to talk about. Incidentally, that we show up early to things. Our opening set tonight is provided to you by Mark Kirst, also known as A Pleasure, and we're going to get into his musical journey, and he's also going to provide us with some very, very, very nice musical sets. One of which, and the first, is this little waiting room. So, thank you for being here. I hope you meet somebody that you can talk to. Reach out if you need somebody. I'm available. And yeah, I'll see you at the show. What do you think? I mean, I love it. I see we've got some people in the room live. I hope you're enjoying. You could let us know in the chat. Maybe go follow Mark Kirst on Instagram. All that information will be below. Here I go again. We're about halfway through the waiting room to the show. So this is significant. I'll see you there.
Oh, hi. We'll be going live soon, but before that, I'm going to read Director Chris's little synopsis, which I have not read yet, so we're doing this together. Okay, episode 10 with a pleasure. We are so excited to have a pleasure in the house to gift us with beautifully interesting music throughout the night. Tonight, we return to your airwaves to talk amongst ourselves and with you. As we drift into the ethereal, stay grounded with us while expanding your mindset. Chris. Nice. Drifting, seeking, calling, finding, and connecting are all on the agenda this evening. Will you join us? Oh yeah, and always call us blah, blah, blah. Can't wait.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We're back.
Hi.
Hi, Mallory.
Hi,
And welcome.
Greg.
Hi. And welcome to everybody that's tuning in right now. Thank you for joining us. This is Midnight Across America. I'm Greg Klein.
I'm Mallory Jane.
And this is a show we do.
This is a show we do.
This is a show we do.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've been back. It feels very good to be back, right?
Doesn't it? Oh.
Yeah.
Actually, immediately.
Mhm. I know.
Like ramping up, and like, oh, I miss this. I missed you.
I know. And it is a high bar to do something like you get away from something. Like if I don't play guitar, and I don't really play guitar, but I strum guitar, right? And if I don't play for like a month and I go back to it, it's like, this is brand new again. And it feels so weird. But as soon as I get into it, I can't put it down because it feels so good to do. So here we are. And
Here we are.
yeah, this is our show. Also, this show could involve you if you'd like it to.
Oh, yeah.
You can give us a call at 712-345-6648, and we'll talk literally about whatever you want to talk about. Yeah, that number.
I practiced before I failed.
I needed to practice the point.
The point.
But I did practice the look.
Yeah.
So give us a call. And Mallory.
Craig.
It's been a while. I know that I've been traveling. I know that you've been traveling. We've been specifically kind of just shedding like the tip of our stories with each other. So we had some things to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I know that you've been. I would love for you to start on this journey that you are like within, right?
Am I gonna cry immediately? Yes. Oh, so
Great.
great. Yeah.
Great. That's what we're looking for.
No. Yeah. So I've been road tripping. It's been a long time. Where do I start? So
I mean, what started it? What got you on this journey?
Thank you.
Because honestly, as your friend, you know, we talk regularly, and you just out of the blue, you were like, also I'm picking up a car, and I was like, I didn't even know you knew how to drive, honestly. And
oh my God, I forgot. You've never seen me drive, right? Because anytime we're together, you're the driver, which is just a blessing for me.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I'm a driver. Actually, that reaction, like everybody in my life had that, including like my therapist, like people who like know me deeply. I was just like, so I rented a car. I'm leaving tomorrow. To where? I don't know. That's
awesome.
I just knew I needed to get the fuck out. But actually, I want to be more specific. What did my therapist say? Because often when I like off the cuff leave Vancouver, it's like running away from a thing. But actually, this feels like moving towards something.
That's big.
Yeah. And I don't know what the thing is, but it's instead of trying to escape, I'm like trying to find and discover and explore and reclaim. And yeah, so I got in the car and I got like a couple hours out of Vancouver and stayed at a place for a few days because the people were magical. But now I'm in Alberta, so it's been quite the journey already. And I've only been gone for like 7 days.
How far? That's like from one end of Canada to.
Oh no! Oh gosh, no.
What is
it?
Point. This is Vancouver above Seattle.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, do the other finger. Keep move. No. The like horizontally. There, stop. And then Canada, like I'm one province over. I could have done the dry like.
But it
where
would be
I-
this way, actually. Okay, yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
The where I am right now, the drive could take like 10 hours, but it like goes
Okay.
through the Rocky Mountains. It's like an astounding drive. I mean,
Yeah, I've been seeing some of these photos that you've had, and like, it breathes like Twin Peaksy to me, which is like the environment that I feel is. This is funny. I feel like comfortable in that environment. Maybe I'm like an elven, like a wooded creature.
okay.
That would
I
make
mean,
sense.
Immediately checks out, but please say more.
I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I grew up in like a riverbank, I guess. So like,
Oh, right. Well, that's the thing. We grew up, when I was in
Yeah,
Kansas
right.
City. So I'm in Calgary. I wasn't going to, well, I just said it. I'm in Calgary
wait,
now.
Albert. Oh. Uh-huh.
Well, here we are.
Here we are.
I don't know why I wasn't going to say, I don't know, man,
don't
trying to
think it
figure
matters.
out this, like, putting my life out into the world. But yeah, I'm in Calgary, Alberta, which, when we were in Kansas City, for those of you who saw that episode and whatever, like, they're similar landscapes.
Yeah.
So I'm in like gently prairie land right now. So yeah, like
Lush
riverbanks,
Canada style.
but it's so funny because it happened so quickly. Like, and that's the beauty of actually about Calgary and this like Alberta specific is like the mountains are close, but the sky is so big still. So
Yeah,
like
right.
I got here yesterday and I was like in the thick of the mountains and like no cell service or anything. And then like all of a sudden it's just like flat.
Yeah,
Like,
that's cool.
Flat highway, which it was very, very cool. Oh,
Especially
gosh.
after driving through the mountains. Whenever I drive through the Rocky Mountains, when you like come out and you're like in Denver and it flattens out, it's like oh God, what a relief.
Yes.
My arms are so tired.
It's like I can breathe like this.
Yeah.
I love a big sky. I love a big sky.
Who
The
doesn't?
sky is so big here. And actually, yeah, like the when I was getting into the city, a moose crossed my path.
What?
If anybody follows me on Instagram, you might have seen that. It was like, again, the things I feel so aware as I'm posting things on Instagram. I'm like, this is because most of my friends are, in the States. I have a lot of friends in Canada, but given our show and y'all, I'm like, oh my God, this is not helping the like Canadian stereotypes that like a moose just like crossed my path in the city.
Well, hey, how about this? Because this might help the Canadian Tourism Board, if that's what we're looking to do. You were telling me amongst a plethora of different places and stops along the way, you were telling me that there was an Airbnb that you went to that was like life changing.
Oh, don't put Airbnb on their names.
Okay. Sorry.
No, but thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
So it was a bed and breakfast, which is like what Airbnb like co-opted. Yeah. So as I said, I started driving and I just got a couple hours out of Vancouver. And when I was looking at places, again, it's like mountain, small town, Canada. There's not a lot of hotels. I'm a hotel guy. I choose a hotel over staying in like somebody's house.
Yeah, right.
Always.
Yeah, sure.
Have I ever stayed in like a bed and breakfast? I think maybe when I was like a teen, but not voluntarily. Because it's like it's like I'm staying in somebody's house and then it's like, oh, I gotta like talk to them
It
and
sounds
hang
nice
and stuff.
but
Does it?
I mean, it sounds
some
like
people, I
nice
think.
in theory, like, oh,
Right.
you'll connect with somebody, but then you like
Right.
show up at the type of person that's going to be doing that as a business with and like how many mistakes they must have made, how many defense, in their
and like,
favor.
what kind of person opens their house to strangers that freely?
Well, that's what and how many consequences they've suffered, which in turn would make them some sort of way and a little skeptical. So it's not like you're showing up to somebody with open arms, in my mind. But tell me what your
interesting.
experience was.
That was so not a part of my consideration. For me, it's just it's very like single-minded, like where I'm like, oh no, they're gonna expect me to hang out and then I have to be social and
I just assumed that like every coffee cup that they started with has been stolen.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I should ask them.
I would like to know.
Okay, so yes. Anyways, I'm like looking at places because I'm trying to do it like improvised, but also, I like to have like the day of like, where might I be able to stay? And I couldn't find any like hotels that felt like good. And then I kept seeing this bed and breakfast lodge. Okay, Fraser River's Edge Bed and Breakfast Lodge. Remember that, folks.
Okay.
In Chilliwack, British Columbia. And they had a 4.9 star rating, which like unheard of. And I'm like, this must be a trick. This must be a lie. And so I click on it and I'm reading through the reviews, which I do always. And I'm always looking for specific things. But like here, every single one was like, this place is spectacular. The couple who runs it are the most wonderful. Like, I was like, okay, how could this many people be lying or tricking like that? That would be like that big, production to put that together. And so I went to their website. So I hadn't even looked at the website yet. I was just, I'm like, what are people saying about it? And I went to the website and I saw the picture of the couple. And as soon as I saw their picture, I was like, I need to meet these people. And I mean, Craig knows this, Chris knows this.
Wait, so, but I also, what was it about? Like, try to explain to me the essence of what you're sussing out when you see somebody. Is it their style? Is it like a smile? I mean, that ain't us. That ain't you.
No,
so
I know, but that's what I was going to say. It's a part of this trip that I'm doing. It's like, I know I have when I just like
have a
lean into my gut intuition,
okay.
whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Where did
I just
you feel
saw
it?
them like, I mean, my whole body, but it was like deep in my belly.
Yeah. Huh.
And
have you ever felt anything like that at home? Give us a call.
Yeah.
Go on. Sorry.
So yeah, I saw their picture and I was like, oh, I need to meet these people. But then I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to get in because I'd read all these reviews and they're booked out like a year ahead. But I heard from them that they had like just opened their books the day that I was looking. So I got in like the day of, which unheard of. Magic already. And it's funny, I was telling some friends in Vancouver this exact story and they were like, well, what was it about them? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I barely looked at the picture. It was just as soon as I saw them, I knew it. But then I thought, like, I think I might cry with these people.
You know what? There is a good mark for things. I think
that's
so.
My gauge.
Okay.
That's my gauge.
Yeah. No, that actually makes sense. Like I can think of actually, this is very true. I more than once have walked into a hotel room and, like you put your bags down and you see the bed and you're like, okay, did they have coffee in here? Okay. And then you go check out the bathroom. And then I either have another thought or this thought. Oh, I could cry in this bath.
You get it.
Yeah.
You get it. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't need like.
And I'm like, wasn't expecting that. Wouldn't have even ordered it. But now that we're here, I could use a cry. This will be good.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
So when you ask, like, what am I looking for? It's not. It's just like,
Yeah, right.
I'm
I get it.
looking and I know what turns me off. And I couldn't list what turns me off. It's just like, I know when I read or see a thing, I'm like, no, not that. And same thing that like when I saw their faces, everything in my body was like, I need to meet these people. And I think I might cry with them. And I did the very first night.
Okay. So then how did that happen?
So I get there and immediately like welcomed with open arms Adriana and Mike are their names, by Adriana, who like, I don't know, a part of this trip for me is like, you know, since my dad died, I'm on some like family digging, you know, like rediscovering, you know, and she just like looked like she could have been from my mom's family, which like immediately I was like, oh, hi, I know you.
Yeah.
And
was
also
there like a familiar smell when you walked in? Was it like or like a couch with the upholstery that you remember or something like that?
Craig, they had like the same art that my mom like from her dad had, and like so she's giving me the tour, and there's this like painting and I'm like, oh my god, like I've seen this was in my house growing up. Yes, so that, but also
I get
because
that.
yeah,
I get that. Somebody once showed me a photo of their childhood home, like a photo of them in Halloween costume or something like that. And I saw the couch that they were in front of, and it was the same couch that I had when I was a child. And I immediately felt a kinship with these people for no fucking reason, but it was like, we sat on the same couch in childhood, that we ate cereal on the same upholstery. That has to be valuable in some way or significant.
I want to push back on the no fucking reason, because
yeah, right, it's a reason.
And like people, I mean, even people who mindlessly choose couches or art, like it's not that mindless, you know? So like if two people have the same couch, it can indicate like a certain class, a place, a generation, an era, you know, like there's so many things, so many points of connection
very
there,
right.
you know?
Right.
Like it's not just, you know, for no reason that you feel an affinity if you see that kind of thing that feels familiar to you, you know?
That's so true.
Yeah.
That's so true. And it like equates to like food and stuff like that. Like if you grew up in the same recipes, that says a lot about like the culture that
where
you're
you
from,
came from,
the social class that you were,
the resources available, the like culture of the family, you know, like it says so much more than I think we give credit. And actually, yeah, so I absolutely immediately felt that, because like I grew up going to, you know, a cabin with my family that, you know, my grandpa built for us. And it reminded me of that. Again, the smells, the art, like all of the textures, like how it was laid out. And also like the view. I mean, outside of that, the view, this like, even if I didn't feel an affinity to these people, they
like a magical context.
Will take your breath away, which I really needed. And it's actually, as soon as I got there, it was the first time in, I think, a very long time that I like sat in silence without earbuds in my ears and a podcast in, and I like just sat.
Wow, that's surprising. That's big.
Yeah, you know me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just sat still. I sat still for like a good hour.
I'm used to talking with you with earbuds in. Like half the time I'm like, they'll answer. They're not listening to something. So, you know,
no,
whatever.
I just always have them in, whether there's something. It's like a safety comfort. But I noted that I like sat still in silence, but it wasn't silence. There, you know, it was sounds of like the flora and fauna around that
Right.
my nervous system really needed that break and relief. And so, yeah, that was just within an hour of getting there. And then, I settle in, whatever. People are like, there's another couple there. People are talking, whatever. And, I'm not sociable all the time, but I was like, I'm gonna go out and talk to these folks.
Yes.
And immediately, like, I connect with Mike, the man. So it's a couple, Mike and Adriana. I love them so much. How did we get into it?
Yeah, how did you get into it?
I don't know. Okay, so it was quiet. I brought a glass of wine into their living room. And then I think they felt that I kind of like wanted to talk, and actually talking to them more, and like they're again, when you run a bed and breakfast, you got to be really like sensitive to people's energy. Like,
Yeah, sure.
Who actually is open to hanging out, who isn't, like.
Sure.
And so they picked up on my energy that I was kind of open. And Adriana like asked me like, so what you doing? Where you going? And I was like, I'm on a road trip to nowhere, self-discovery, grieving. And then Mike came out of the room and he was like, what do I hear?
Oh, that's fun. That's very cartoonish, right?
It was.
Like it's actually like yeah, like the American dad, the archetype of the American dad slides out of the kitchen with like an apron on because he's been cooking or something like that. And he's like, can I help with that? And it's like, oh yeah, yeah. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry.
It's so funny. No. I love it. It did very much feel like that. But again, it's like, they were so respectful of people's like space and privacy and stuff that I felt like as soon as he heard that, he was like,
yeah,
maybe this person wants to talk to me. And I was like, yes, come sit down. And so we're sitting in like two recliners facing this like river and forest, me and Mike and Adriana.
Yeah, lazy boys are a trap.
Oof.
Don't sit down. Don't do it. Not if you've got skeletons inside there.
And
really everybody should have a skeleton. So I mean more than one. Go ahead.
And like, come to find out, he also recently lost a parent last year. And so we immediately connected over that. And I barely had to say anything, but he was like, your dad was not nice. Like he had a bad relationship. He was abusive. And I was like, how did you guess? I don't know. Apparently I emit that energy.
I mean, and people who are paying attention can pick up on it.
Thank you. Yes. And he was so that person. And so again, from there, it was just, we were immediately in it. And once he said that, I told them what I'm telling you all now, like how I found them, how magical it felt, that I was like, I need to stay here. I think I might cry with these people. And when I said that to them, they were like, oh, cry away. Adriana's a great crier. And I was like, great, cool. Be my new parents, please.
Well, I've been on a road trip too.
Yeah,
and,
how's that?
Yeah, I went, actually, like you said that you were on a road trip, and I had some like road that I needed to be tripping. And I was like, let's go. And so I hit the road too, and I was visiting a friend of the show and somebody that has called in before, a very dear friend of mine, Monica, who is and I don't think I've really talked about this on the show, but has really been going through like quite the health journey, like stage 4 cancer level terribleness, right? And like one of the things that I love so much about America, Although, what I mean, geographically speaking, is that we have these highways. And even from like the very first time that I got my driver's license, I realized that like I had freedom. I had options. And as soon as I went to like Nebraska or something like that, I knew from there, well, okay, everything is on one road here. All I have to, it's just the amount of turns and the time in between those turns. And I can reach anywhere that like I've read about or I can imagine going or I'm interested. So heeding your dive into the deep end, I decided, why waste time? Let's go make fun with my friend Monica. And it was her birthday, and we had a just amazing time as well. And also, I've got this new like driving routine where I bought a high as fuck on Amazon one night. I overnighted. It met me with my coffee in the morning. A karaoke microphone. Do you know what this is? I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't even know that this existed until I bought it.
I mean, I had the pleasure of seeing one of your.
Well, yeah.
But I did not know before I saw. Yeah, and like best purchase you've ever made.
Yeah, right. So it's like a little microphone that has a speaker in it, and it will play anything that you put on your phone. It will just play through the speaker, and then you can sing along to it. So I've been driving around in my car singing, and I was doing that to Belle and Sebastian songs from the moment I left Arizona until the moment I arrived in LA. And I swear to God, the drive there, it felt grueling, absolutely grueling. And then the drive back, I felt like 20 minutes. Honestly, I wasn't ready to get home. I was like, I haven't perfected this song yet, So I really got lost in it. And that's something that I have noticed that the road offers as well. And maybe why it's associated to these like hero's journeys. For lack of a better term, but I think that might be the right term.
No, I think that's the right term.
Right? I mean, if you're taking it on that way.
Yeah.
Because you're on the road. And that, for me, that time alone, staring at the highway, I really get it in my mind. I really clear out a lot of the trash. Because I think it's because I have to be so intently focused, yet like I drone off into someplace else.
Well, I mean, that's the interesting thing with driving. It's been so long since I've been behind the wheel of a car, and as soon as I did it, I like the immediate freedom and liberation I felt. But then also, yeah, it's like when you're on a highway, you have to be paying attention, but also like, yeah, you drift. It could be torturous if you don't have another thing for your brain to also be doing.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like through accessing all of the good stuff, you like pass through the garbage or something and like throw it out, get rid of it. You know what, Mallory?
Yeah.
We're like halfway through the first hour already, and we've just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got so many things to do. So maybe we should take a little break, and I'm going to fan myself off. It's been so fucking hot here in LA. Maybe you at home, maybe you give us a call. And then when we come back, we can talk about it. In the meantime, this feels appropriate. Sometimes when I don't have a hotel bath that I can spot for something to cry in, and I need some like media. I need some fodder. And this video has been in my mind because of everything that's been going on in the world. And so, without further ado, the medicine for crying, I bet you cry at home too. This is Anthony with Drone Bombing. Hail Satan.
咁我點同阿爸講啊？
講咩？
我哋啲嘢咯。
我哋啲咩？你唔講咪乜事都冇。你要講啲唔講啲。
如果你見到佢，你幫話俾佢聽呢邊揾過佢，佢有我電話㗎。
欲望の翼。
It gets me every time. It gets me every time. It's the acting. It's the everything. I hope you enjoyed that video. I hope you enjoyed that video. I enjoyed that video a lot. Mallory, how did you feel? Oh, wet eyes.
Oh, hey, that's
you enjoyed. Yeah, you enjoyed that video too.
Yeah, I'm all red. I'm having lots of feelings over here. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, well, that's what happens on a hero's journey. You know, especially when you don't have any drugs. I know that that's one of the things that is always difficult for me because I don't drink, right, at all. So like showing up to a new city and wanting to like kick back and relax or something like that. Like nowadays you got to check the laws and,
Well, I mean, it's so
or
funny you're
travel with drugs, which is weird.
Well, and you know, increasingly like risky to be. I mean, always risky, but
Yeah, you don't want to be doing it.
But hilarious you bring that up because actually, so I've stayed in like a few places here,
Mhm.
and you know, because cannabis is legal here, and you just can find all kinds of like
Well, that's a good
hallucinogens and stuff. That I've been hearing stories from the like people who own the places that I've been staying in, like a few of them said like that. So they get people from like Europe or the States or whatever who come here and enjoy the plethora of like free shit, but then they have leftovers, and so.
Oh, are you saying that they have a trove of drugs for wandering peasants? This is exactly what I'm talking about. And I understand if you're at home and you're offended by that, or you think it's dangerous, well, I might beg to offer you this perspective. This show isn't for you, because people that are able to handle it, I think, are the people that I'm reaching out to right now and will be. So there's the bar, right? You know what I'm saying?
We're not for everybody, and we're not trying to be for everybody.
Come on, and like a drug depot. Not everybody should be offered that. And I find it interesting that whoever opened up to you in this way.
Well, it was, I think, specific to me.
And see, isn't that interesting as well?
Yeah, like I don't think they would have just told anybody.
That's what I mean. And so like as a responsible drug depot, you have to be able to be like, well, this person can handle it. I'm not going to go to jail, or my business is going to be ruined because I'm giving them a little grass, Yeah. This is yeah. And
how we find each other. It's how we find each other.
Kind of.
But it takes a lot of, again, like sussing out of like energy and picking up on the like subtle cues and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes me think of like a kind of different type of traveling. I'm about to go off on a tangent.
Oh, I can't wait.
I do, in every place that I've lived, I have buried time capsules of different sorts and treasures and stuff, because I think that depots are important. And I think also like what would be more magical than finding a hidden treasure? I've never done that. And really, that's not my fault. That's everybody's fault that doesn't bury treasures. And so, like, you know what I mean? As a responsible,
I know what you mean,
member of society that is following the code there that I would like everybody else to live by, I bury treasure everywhere. And often when I bury treasure, I like to put like a little bit of drugs in there. Especially when it was illegal, because that's just a funny thing that I imagine, like somebody in the future finding this little cigarette box and they open it up and there's a little picture of me, and I'd always put a halo behind it like I was a saint. And
because you are.
And maybe like it was a poem or some like clippings of something, and always a little bag of drugs. And I imagine them getting to the bag of drugs at the end and then going like, you know what I mean? And it's like, now we're in on it together, bro.
Yeah.
Now we're breaking the law together, and you're holding the bag. Yeah. So that I imagine, to anybody out there that has found it, that was intentional. I hope you enjoyed the drugs, and if not, at least the excitement of knowing that you did something naughty.
That's a gift too.
It is a gift, especially if you're the person that's going to feel that. Like, you can't buy that, really.
The experience of finding something naughty.
They had the experience of like going so far out of your realm of like doing something because somebody else forced it upon you. Yes. For instance, like speeding is not a good thing to do, but somebody that never speeds, right? And then somebody is like driving them and they're going 90 miles per hour. That is an exhilarating feeling for that person. They would never put themselves in that position, but like now they like, they can't get that back on their own. They wouldn't.
the speeding thing is so interesting. Again, given I've just been driving and I am the best driver I know. My friends will
I don't
vouch,
doubt.
like people
I don't
who
doubt
know
that, not
me.
even a
Yeah.
little bit.
And again, a part of it is because, I mean, it's a big responsibility. Yes, driving is a very big responsibility. But I was raised with this like that it's life. I mean, it is life or death. I'm going to say those things, but it can be life or death. But I
think it's literally life
as
or death.
usual. I take it like literal and like as like my like moral duty to be the best driver. And so
that checks out for you.
Yeah, exactly. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's been so fun for me to like speed a little more.
Oh, isn't it?
I've been speeding a little, but like, I mean, sure, it is fun, but like, again, just so everybody knows, me speeding is like,
I get intimidated.
Wouldn't be exhilarating for anybody else, but it is for me.
On these thoroughfares, long stretches of road in the desert at like peak, trucker time or something like that, I often catch myself because it's only 2 lanes. And so you're either behind a truck, going under the speed limit, or you're in the other lane and having to like pay attention to who's coming up behind you. Right. And often people are going like 95 miles per hour or something like that. And so I see myself going at this rate of speed for so long that it becomes normal. And I'm like, you know what I mean? And I look down and I'm like, oh, this is way too fast. And then I get a little afraid, I start remembering like how many seconds it would take for me to even like exert force, like how many feet I've traveled in that amount of time. Anyway, don't speed, kids.
Well, I think, but maybe do if you're going with the flow of traffic. I think that's something that I have found myself like on these, like, they've built the highways, like the Trans-Canada Highway, to make the travel real quick, where there's like 4 lanes, and I would find myself going, what's the speed limit? The highest speed limit is like 120 kilometers per hour. And people are going like 130. And then I find myself doing that. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so dangerous. But actually, like, I'm like, oh no, I'm still like the average, if not below the average of the rest of the cars. So I feel like I'm a parent, like, not to take away from the like, don't speed, but also it can be kind of dangerous to like diverge from the average of the flow of traffic,
It is. Yeah. I found myself very tired when I got into Arizona on my way there because it was so grueling. And so I'm in a new city and I watch a lot of YouTube. So I always see like traffic cops, from Arizona. I don't know why, but I watch a lot of traffic cops from Arizona.
So
and they're real sticklers. So I was being a real stickler. And I realized like I am slowing down at every fucking lane of traffic, and this isn't safe. Like I'm going to get pulled over for being too conscious, which I wonder how much that happens. I mean, it definitely happens because like whenever a cop gets behind you, you know what I mean? That's when you start like fucking up because you're like looking at
it's just, again, you like are paying attention too hard, and then what is natural, is not natural anymore. Yeah.
Fuck the police.
Oh, I mean, well, duh.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear.
Thank you. Fuck the police, in case it wasn't clear.
In case it wasn't clear, fuck the police. All right, so oh yeah, hey.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Fuck ICE.
Chris. Yeah.
Which has really been, being real pieces of shit around town.
Yeah,
LA's weird right now. LA's always weird, I guess.
Can you feel like the presence of ICE in like your day-to-day?
No, because I'm a hermit.
I was thinking it depends on how you live. Yeah.
but I do through the neighborhood and the people from here.
Mhm.
You can feel it, the discomfort in the air. And also, yeah, I don't have anything to say about it that hasn't been said, I think, by more intelligent, well-spoken people generally, but it's a real bummer what's going on right now. There's just too many things to even mention or even think about on a daily basis. I mean, but absolutely, like this thing in Gaza, I just can't believe that it's still going on. Yeah, what a bummer that all is.
Yeah. I mean, I like what you said, that, what we're saying has been said a lot of times over by, more articulate and smarter people, but I'm also happy again, to make it clear where we stand and how we feel about the shit is important too.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. It's like, if you're new here and you're not sure, like, I want y'all to know, like,
and this is
like that shit.
This is something that, like, I'm reflecting on a lot right now. Principles, and like you, it's very simple. Like, either be who you say you are or don't say you are, or you don't have to say anything, or just say what you are if that's the way you're going to be anyways, and like, I have no mercy for it anymore, and like, being aligned to the unprincipled, like myself specifically, like being a Jewish refugee, from Eastern Europe, and it's like there's a lot of loaded stuff in there, and I can't even believe that I'm like having the discussion about like having to distance myself from genocidal tendencies, considering all of the complicated nature of what it is to be that, and then for anyway, what the fuck. What the fuck? I didn't mean to bring the show down.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Don't say that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I am also on my own journey of, again, like learning where to give my energy, where to not, and fuck the rest of them.
Yeah. Hot girl summer.
Hot girl summer.
Also, I have been having a hot girl summer. Did I mention that? Oh, okay,
have
like
you
the
mentioned that on the show? Yeah,
I don't know, but like the karaoke mic, all of this stuff is like really falling in line with this hot girl summer that I've really been feeling and having. And I know, especially at home, you might be thinking to yourself, like, Craig, that was from a long time ago. I do things at my own pace, and it now felt right. And it's kind of like a state of mind.
Yes. And since you have been taking on Hot Girl Summer, when it was a thing, I never, got on board. But now, we've been doing like Hot Girl Summer.
Hot Girl Summer.
And it's a state of mind. It's
really a state of mind. And I'll tell you, there's a consequence to that, which I have felt the reward of that. So I went to the movie theater when I was in Arizona, which is wild, and it was really fun. I went to go see the movie Weapons, which I thought was good, really good.
I don't know about it. I've never even heard of it.
some
Should I
kids disappear.
Okay.
Oh, an entire classroom of kids disappears, and that's interesting.
Okay. Should I have heard about this?
I don't know,
Huh.
but there's a very I would love to talk about it with somebody.
Yeah.
You should see it. I don't want to give anything away, but I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
I would go see it again. In fact,
Oh.
and anyway, so I'm like leaving the movie theater, and I'm going to the bathroom before I get in my hot ass car. By the way, Arizona is hot, not hot.
Oh my
girl,
God.
but like hot, like
Mhm.
too fucking hot. And anyway, these very handsome and beautiful young teenagers were all hanging around the bathroom, as they do, you know. And I walked by them, and maybe the most handsome one said, "Yo, man, nice fit." And then his group of friends, they go, "Bet." And I was like, "Fuck, dude, teenagers think I'm cool." That's exactly what I thought. Teenagers.
That's the highest
those words.
compliment.
Yeah, right.
I would
Teenagers
like
think I'm cool.
teenagers are scary because they have no filter. Like they
Yeah.
uniquely cut through the shit sometimes, and like to
Yes,
get a
that's
compliment
true.
from a teenager.
Yes. Oh, do you think that they were making fun of me?
No.
Yeah, cool. I took it as. I
think
mean, I
that
did have
you
a good
would've-
look
I
going
think you
on
would have
right then.
picked up on it if it was.
I mean, I was wearing
also-
white pants. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think you would have picked up on it if they were.
And I was carrying a popcorn bag that was like half the size of my torso.
Sick.
Why do they make it so big? And also, do you ever recognize this? That when you buy a bag of popcorn at the movie theater, you sit down, and before the previews are over, you're like, I feel sick of popcorn.
I hate popcorn. I do not enjoy it. But no, it's exactly where it's like the smell is so good, and then I
It's
buy
so
a whole thing. I
good.
have like 3 of them, and my body is so mad at me. Like, I'm like, how do I sit through this movie? Because my
Hands
body,
all
like, I'm like,
greasy,
I want a
everything
nap.
smells like butter.
And also, like, it just like it makes me like tired. It doesn't feel good in my
Yeah,
body.
I get it. I get
Yeah.
it. And then the Raisinets. I had a box of Raisinets, and then I poured Raisinets into my hand, and then I dropped the box in like a very crucial part of the the movie, and so then it was like a million little raisins going like, and then like rolling down the stairs, and that was fun. That was a fun experience for me.
Were people mad?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I did have a group of people sit, like it was a pretty open movie theater, and I'm like leaning back in my chair, you know, and then I got my feet up on the back of the chair in front of me, which I think is acceptable in kind of an open movie theater. Let me know in the comments. And then somebody came in and sat like right in front of me, like where my feet were. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to put my feet down. But like, why are you doing this to me?
There's so much space.
There's so much space. And why are you doing this to me? You could have done it to anybody.
It sounds like they were doing it at you. People, I mean, I don't know. Because that's how I think. If I sat down in front of you, I would have been like, I'm doing this at this person. But so I think, are some people just
And then, oh yeah.
not
and then
living that way or thinking that much?
And then
Probably.
insult to injury, they then put their feet up on the chair in front of them.
Oh, fuck off.
I know.
That's just rubbing it in.
And I had to look down upon that. You know what I mean? Like these people.
Did you move? Did you think of moving?
I didn't even know you could move.
Oh, see, this is the thing.
You can move.
I mean, once the
Also,
movie started and if there's space, you know.
I haven't been to the movie theater in like 10 years or something like that. And so when they were like, pick your seats, I was like, what? What?
Yeah.
That feels insane.
It's wild. It's wild.
Anyway, we're about to go to our first midnight, and that would be in the Central Time Zone. Second midnight, I guess. And anyway,
Mountain.
Mountain.
No, what? No, Tip. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I fucked up.
No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers, or I'll have to commit murder. I like to go into my movies not knowing anything. That's why I just did a 5-month embargo on all social media posts and advertisements and trailers about the movie show, so I could see it completely fresh and new and be surprised by everything that the gifted auteur wanted to surprise me with. So don't even say something like, okay, this won't spoil anything. I was really happy with the end of the movie. Because that spoils it too. Because what if I was going to be disappointed by the end of the movie? Or maybe it was a tragedy. I didn't even want to know that, so don't even say one word. And also don't do something like, okay, this doesn't spoil a thing, but I'm just going to tell you one word about the ending. Splat. Because that's a spoiler too. Now the whole movie I'm gonna be thinking about the word splat and wondering how that factors into the plot line, so don't even tell me that if you don't mind, okay? Second scenario, I just emotionally invested 5 years of my life in a mind-bending, brilliant TV show, and the series finale's coming up, and somehow you saw it before me, and now you want to just tell me literally anything about it? Don't you dare, because I really don't want to have to kill you and then go to jail. I'd like to live my life not in jail, so do yourself and me a favor. Don't even tell me anything. I don't want any spoilers. Let's both enjoy the show as it was meant to be seen. That goes for movies too. Completely surprising and just delightful. Deal? Deal. Okay, now let's live our lives in freedom and joy and not in jail or murdered. You got it. No spoilers. No spoilers, baby. No spoilers, or I'll have to commit murder, baby. No spoilers. No spoilers, baby. No spoilers or I'll have to commit murder, baby.
And welcome back. We are in the second act, and as we normally do, we like to kick it off with a musical performance. And if you've been in and around the New York like electronic underground music scene, I'm sure you've heard this artist before, certainly seen them perform. But if you haven't, it is a great pleasure of mine to bring you a pleasure. And that is what I'm talking about. I love techno so much. I was once at a party, and we're hearing in the chat best music. Yes, I love. I agree, Sophia.
Same.
And I remember coming out of this techno party that I was in Kansas City, Missouri, actually, and I was standing by the merch booth with a friend, and somebody came out of there, like two kids came out of there, and they were like, "Techno is a blood sport." It was such earnestness, and what I love about it is that it's just so like. It's so smooth, yes, yet it's a blood sport.
It's a blood sport. That's the perfect articulation.
Yeah, I love it.
I felt that deep in it.
Yeah, I love it. And that was a pleasure for everybody that wasn't listening. And Mark, who is a pleasure, will be returning a little bit later in the show and doing another set for us, and then coming back to talk with us and talk with you. Give us a call. Was that inspiring to you? Did it make you think of the shampoo that your girlfriend used in 5th grade? Did you have a girlfriend in 5th grade? Were you a girl in 5th grade? I'd like to know it all.
Okay,
Yeah?
sorry that you just said that because I was listening. It's so fun being a like viewer of the show too with these
Yeah.
like amazing guests that we have. I'm sitting
Yeah.
here and I'm like, how did that? I don't know why, but I felt like I wanted to shout, I am a they, them, and I'm working towards top surgery. And I don't know what that performance did. Like, I can't, I just wanted to lean into like how did that make you feel? And then were you a girl in 5th grade? I was like, yeah, I was a girl in 5th grade. I was a girl in 5th grade. Well, was I? I don't know.
You
Called
were
myself a girl in 5th grade.
Yeah.
I was treated as a girl in 5th grade.
Okay. This is big. I want to give this some space.
Thank you. I met up with a very dear friend today that I met in New York who happens to live in the city that I grew up in, and they're trans, not binary, like one of the coolest people I know, and a big part of why I felt like I could come back here because I knew they were here.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, Craig, you know me. I'm not the kind of guy to assert my pronouns on people. I have all the space. Always. I live in the world. I get what this fucking body looks like. I can't extract myself from, all of the assumptions folks make based on what your face looks like. If you I love a red lip, that doesn't mean I'm a girl or feel like a girl. And a part of this fucking journey I'm on. Hey, y'all out there, I'm a they, them.
Hey, that feels good to say.
That
feels good to hear. I'm really proud of you for what it's worth.
My heart is racing.
Good.
And I still will not insist people use that. Actually, I will insist you don't use it unless you get it.
You want to unpack that?
Yeah, I think I've been learning, on this gender it it started with pronouns first for me, which like is so not the bigger picture, but it's the thing, it's the like hot topic, it's what people are taught. And for me, it was the thing that I could like first do to be like, to ask of people to see me differently, you know, than they might assume. But then I started asking people and I started noticing, you know, some people just go as far to like learn my pronouns, but stop there and don't do anything more to. And actually, it's funny because this is actually not about me.
Oh. Do tell. It's not about me, is it?
No. Well, it is, but it's about everybody. It's about like it's not about them just learning about me. It's like it's an invitation to like question how you think about your gender, what the like rules you were given, the assumptions you're making. Like, I think this is what I'm recognizing is like, it's not just a plea to have people see me as this. It's like and how are you being limited to? Like how are you moving in the world? What is like she, her, or he, him being to you too, you know? And like pronouns can really serve as just like lip service sometimes. And like, I'm over the performative aspect of that. And so I just, and I think it's this interesting thing. I think this is a part of why I haven't, especially on our show, you know, we had a lot of conversations around like, do we include our pronouns? You know, because this is important to me. You know, we all are aware and mindful of this shit, but also we came to a place of like, it should be up to the person to decide whether that's a thing that they want to include or not, us included. And I have been leaving mine out, even though, you know, I did the handwriting and I included but I told everybody like, oh, I'll do the just Mallory Jane. Thank you, Chris. It's like, I was like, okay, I have the version that says Mallory Jane and with my pronouns, but I was like, nah, just leave that. I don't know if I want to include that, you know, because it's like, then it's like, I'm the one who stands out, I'm the target, but also everybody has different relationships to it. And it shouldn't, you know, it should be up to everybody. But I actually like it's important for me at this point.
I love
on
that.
our show for folks to know that is who I am. And that might change. And that should be okay. I think that's a part of it is like, there's this sort of like pressure to know always. And then it's like, if you assert a thing, then that's the thing. And then it's like, well, but what if I change my mind down? Like we all grow and evolve. I don't want to like assert a thing and then change my mind down, you know, and then people are like, oh, well, you said it was this or not. No, yeah. But hey. Oof.
Yeah, isn't that? It's a funny thought. Like people, you know, on top of like expectations leading to disappointment generally, you know, but like the expectation that we have in people to be the same people that we thought that they were yesterday, right? And although I understand that, like, so what? Things change, you know? And I think that the last show that we had, I at some point I was like, what I've learned is that we just need options. And I've been thinking about that a lot and telling people as I do, you know what I mean? I'm at the pool and like, hey, I just figured out that we really need our options. And And part of that is to be wrong.
Yes.
Right? Like part of that is the freedom to feel like I need unconditional support even if I'm wrong. This is what I need to do until I've made that decision. You know, I find myself, and most of the time it's not that case. I don't go backwards, but it feels more freeing to go forward if I won't be judged on the consequences of trying that or owning that for a moment.
Exactly.
Right?
That is the fucking thing. Craig, I've been reflecting on this, and my gender, like me having this out loud, it's like, oh, I'm just brand new. I'm figuring it out. I'm like, no. I first told my best friend, chosen family, Lala, like I'll never forget, we were in a hotel room. I was visiting her from New York in Vancouver and talking about this stuff. And I think she actually, because she knew me so well, like asked if I would feel how I would feel with different pronouns. And it was the biggest gift she could, and it was like at least, God, what the fuck year is it? Oh my God, years. It was like at least 8-9 years. Like it was, you know, this isn't new for me. This isn't new. I have been, feeling this since I was a child, but also having this out loud with trusted people for a very long time. And again, why I haven't made bigger moves or assertions is a part of what you're speaking to. Is like, I'm in my experience growing up, like, it's like if you say something about who you are or opinion, like you better fucking like hold to it, you know, that it didn't feel safe for me to try something out.
Yeah. Yes.
And it was the biggest gift that she could have given me, because she gave it to me as like, hey, do you want me to try that out? And I was like,
yeah,
yes. And then she did, and it felt so good. And then I started to ask other people in, you know, trusted circles, and it felt so good, but also it legitimately is a risk to ask sometimes people to like let you try out a thing.
Of course, because you have to fight to get them. You have to, this is the, I let me just back up, because like what you're talking about is a very, very, very unique experience. And I don't mean to align it unless it happens to, and you'll be the judge of that. But like the idea of being able to be wrong in front of people, and you know, like it's cliche, the whole I told you so thing, right? I don't want to tell you I told you so, but because that's like everybody's just waiting for that, which kind of is an interesting definition of like how we relate to each other. I'm very curious, maybe other people's opinions on this as well. Like, what is it about this inclination that we have to like have something in our pocket to weaponize, to like win the battle that's coming with this person who we're like totally cool with right now, but in times of peace I will collect and always planning for war, which feels like a bad way of going about it. Right? You know what I'm saying? And so I think that is it relates to this not feeling able to fail in front of your friends or your loved ones.
Absolutely, because it like legitimately isn't like safe in a lot of, because if you do, then that kind of thing happens, which, gosh, when you just said that, I'm going to share this right now.
Give it to me.
So when you were just talking about like having something in your pocket, you know, the I told you so.
Yeah, right.
I immediately, oh, my dad's dead. I can tell this freely.
Mhm.
So when I first told, so welcome to the show.
Not funny, ha. Again, at home, I have this propensity to laugh when I'm uncomfortable.
No,
so
and also it's like you know, this is also like a thing. The dad thing is
kind of a thing.
Anyways, I thought I immediately remembered the first time that I told my parents that I was sexually abused as a child, and my dad's response to me was, "I was too when I told my parents when it happened." And it was an I told you so. It was like it came off. It's so funny because it wasn't. But do you understand? Like it's like.
I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly.
Mm-hmm.
You told him that you were sexually abused,
Mm-hmm.
and then he was like, "Yeah, me too, but I told my parents."
Mm-hmm. That's yep.
Like he's making it about him.
Well,
that you didn't
and
talk to him about it.
Precisely. And
Right.
I think this is why I'm thinking of this in this context of the I told you so is like that was extraordinarily painful for me. It still is. And also in understanding him more, I understand his response to me is like he had so much unprocessed trauma. He could not handle how he might have been culpable in my experience. And also he hadn't handled his experience. He hadn't dealt with that. He hadn't dealt with the pain from his parents. That like, I feel like I told you so much come from like so much unprocessed pain and feeling dumb and like just being like, yeah, no, I knew I could have put, you know, and that, like not to excuse it at all.
Right.
But like, I know I engage in that. I told you sewing too. In those
of course,
ways,
of course, we all
Yeah.
do. You know, I want
Yeah.
to be clear about that. I'm pointing the finger at myself as much as I am anybody else. Maybe not as much, less than everybody else. But yeah, it is this. It is this like inclination that we have to like destroy or be ready to destroy. Also, I think that when you like make yourself feel stupid, like, okay, yeah, sure. If I fail in front of my friends, that's one thing. But also, like, if I convince them to be on board with me and then they fail, like, then they have to walk it back. It's like I'm doing, like, they're doing me a big favor or something. Actually, here's when I was with my friend Monica, I'll use her name because I think this is special kind of relationship that we have. It was like, come and we'll get a hotel, and then there's this goth party that we're gonna go to, and we got there and we were hanging out, and then she was like, all right, Greg, it's time to go to the goth party, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna go to that. And she was like, what do you mean you're not gonna go? You're definitely going. And, you drove all the way here to Arizona. And I was like, I knew when I told you I was going to come to Arizona, I wasn't going to go to the goth party thing. I just knew that I was going to tell you here because why bitch about it all the way there? I don't have too many people in my life that I can be that like frank with, and show my ass in a way. And I don't mean to like presume exactly where she was at, but I also have empathy for her being like in front of her friends, like this friend is coming to visit. She's requested my company for her birthday. She's my dearest friend. And she's like, no, I can't let this go. Like, I have to make you go. Right. But like, she had to give in to me in a way. Right. and like fail kind of with her insisting in front of even her friends in a way. So like I have a lot of empathy for that. But one of the things that that I said to her was like, you know, I'm allergic to that. And me going there is just going to kind of like ruin the fake fun that you guys are going to have. And see, even the way that I describe it as fake fun, you know what I mean? Like I'm judgmental of it, and I know exactly what it's going to be, and I'm really a burden. And I'm doing you a favor. And I said that with sincerity, although I know that that's not the way that most people say that. What they're doing is they're like putting it in their pocket. Don't do me a favor, right? It's this weaponization of the present moment, even, right? Which is lame. And so like I had to level with her and be like, no, I just actually mean it, and don't take away like my opportunity to do things for you. And like really dissect myself. Now, I also understand that this is just like shit people say. And then I've been trying to do this, and maybe this is a good thing for people to do. We can make a mission out of it, you know? But I've been trying to only say the things that I mean, which is like, you say so many things off the cuff, you know, that and I've given myself even this wide of a net to say, like, even if it's not what I feel, as long as I mean to say it that way in that moment, like that's what I mean to communicate, even, right? That is an extremely high bar to just even be considerate on what it is you're trying to say. Say what you fucking mean. Say what you're trying to communicate. Actually say it. Don't say the other thing. Oh, I told you so. What you're really saying is like, you made me put in a lot of effort here. I did something for you, and now I want my money back. You know?
Yes.
That's literally what it is.
Transactional.
I know I took a long way to get there, but yeah, it turns everything into this like transactional. Okay, I'm doing this for you, but when my tick comes along, I need a tack.
That is exactly what I felt like how my dad was receiving what I was saying. Where for me, I was like, I'm telling my parents this for the first time, and how he responded to me was like, nope, yeah. I've done all this for you. I did this, you know, it was, I felt his expectation for me to hold it against him in some way, which is not even a little bit what I was trying to do. And I love what you were just saying, because I think that's something I'm grappling with a lot right now is I think a lot of people expect things to be transactional and like tit for tat that way. And that's not how my brain works.
You know what, Mallory?
Yeah.
Why don't we take a little bit of a break?
Sure.
And let these thoughts rest. I'm really enjoying this conversation, and I'd like to put a button on it and then come back with some more thoughts, because on the topic of queer, and I know we say this over and over and over again, Kansas City is special. Kansas City is motherfucking special. And so I found this video that was produced and made out of Kansas City, Missouri today. And it is the queerest thing that I have ever seen in my life. And I fucking love it. So Chris, if we can line up that video and go to a little bit of break before we hit midnight again, it feels like an appropriate time.
Humble Greatness did this one.
Damn. Man, what's good, bro? What you doing?
Hey, what's good with you, fam?
Man, she on that bitchy move shit. Her and this attitude, I can't take that shit, bro, man. Where y'all at?
Y'all bitchy mood, y'all. Hey, you know I got you on speaker. The fellas are here, man.
What's good with it, baby?
What up? She bitching you out again?
Bitchy move. Let's have her life, man. Oh shit, I ain't crying. I'm just hurt right now, feel me?
Hey, yo, you want us to pull up on you?
Pull up. Please pull up, you know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas need to pull up.
Yeah, we gonna smoke this off. We got some of that good.
Alright, we'll be there in a minute.
Shit, you know, bring that. I need to hit that shit right now.
Alright, bet. We get with you. Alright, we be on our way.
Alright,
I'll holler at you. Alright.
It's DZB.
Yeah, man, why you keep acting like this? I'm so over it. Humpback chump. Shit, I'll even take your bitchy moves. Yay. Humpback chump. Baby, I'm with you. You and your bitchy moves. Oh, damn, shawty got an attitude. You and your bitchy moves. I like to fuck, I like to rub. I make you just nut, a slap on your butt. Damn, I just nutted. Your tongue on my clit. Damn, that shit hit. You're making me drip. Damn, I just nutted. Put my hand around her throat, she choke. She got an attitude, on swole. Deliver that dick, on go. Bitch, you got a bitchy attitude, oh no. Spray them legs and get in the bed. Get her all up in the bed. Full of shorty to the headboard. On some naked shit, ain't that some shit? Woo. Bitchy attitude, home go. I give her that dick, she gon' moan. Then I give her this tongue, make her fucking run. And baby talking all the shit, baby shut up. Yeah, you got an attitude, choke you up. Put your legs by the bed, let me beat it up. Yeah, don't fuck with a lame nigga. Huh, bitchy attitude, tame nigga. Baby, I'm with you. You and your bitchy moves. Oh, damn, shawty got an attitude. You and your bitchy moves. I like to fuck, I like to rub. I make you just nut, a slap on your butt. Damn, I just nutted. Your tongue on my clit. Damn, that shit hit. You're making me drip. Damn, I just nutted. I just nutted, she just nutted. I fucked her in the bathroom, going in public. What you talking about? I'm eating it out. Yeah, I hit the pussy, I ain't from the south. Yeah, I'ma get it down, get it wet. Licking the pussy all in the guts and that shit. Ooh, I ain't got a real dick though, but I got a strap in and give her that D though. Yeah, hit the flow, she hit the flow. She made a moan, I made her groan. I was growing too, it was really crazy. I guarded the bit, cause I'm real lazy. Big baby, coming through the shit. It's a freestyle at the end of the bitch. What you gon' do, baby? I'm with you. Even with your bitchy attitudes, I'ma get it, boo. Baby, I'm with you. Baby, I'm with you. You and your bitchy move. Man, fuck them bitches. Oh, damn, shawty got an attitude. Get rid of that ugly attitude. You and your bitchy move. Yeah. I like to fuck. I like to rub. I make you just nut, a slap on your butt. Damn, I just nutted. Your tongue on my clit. Damn, that shit hit. You're making me drip. Damn, I'm with you. Baby, I'm with you. You and your bitch, you move. Man, fuck them bitch. Oh, damn, shawty got an attitude. Get rid of that ugly attitude. You and your bitch, you move. Yeah, I like to fuck. I like to rub. I make you just nut, a slap on your butt. Damn, I just nutted. Your tongue on my clit. Damn, that shit hit. You're making me drip. Damn, I just nutted. Oh, you made me fucking nut.
What up, YouTube? I got my hair dyed yesterday, and the salon who did it did an amazing job. One of my fans paid some good money to see it done, and I really appreciate it. I got it dyed black and green, as you can see. Now, YouTube, we're going to make some changes on my channel here. For starters, this is just my decision. I will no longer be getting blackout drunk on my YouTube channel, because all that does is cause people to worry about me. And the sad thing of it is, I don't even remember talking to the cops the second time that day, or falling down and banging my head on the chair a couple times. And it's not a good look, YouTube. So if I do have a drink on camera, it's not going to be to excess like that, you know? But check this out, Angry Grandpa's 6-year death anniversary is officially upon us. So I'll raise a beer to him. It's been 6 years since Angry Grandpa passed away. Man, that sucks. Which means it's also been 6 years since I've had a girlfriend. And at this point, I don't even care anymore. If it happens, cool. If not, that's cool too. You know, watching Angry Grandpa's videos, how he met Lauren towards the end of his life, sometimes that's what it takes, you know? So you never know what life has in store for you. Of course, I'm on the chair for old Angry Grandpa and have a sip. I know Angry Grandpa's watching over his family, keeping them safe. That's what loved ones do when they, you know. But anyways, YouTube, yeah, we're gonna be making some changes on my YouTube channel. I'm sure my trolls thought it was entertaining to watch me get blackout drunk, fall on my ass, and then bang my head against my chair a couple times. But no one else thought it was funny or entertaining. And I don't want people to worry about me, kind of thing. So, for the foreseeable future, when I go to have a drink on the old YouTube, it won't be to get blackout anymore. So I apologize if that's some kind of content you're into. I'm sorry, but if I saw someone I cared about drinking like that and carrying on, I'd be concerned too. So again, I must have deleted the stream because I couldn't find it, but some asshole's probably got it saved. Who cares? And to be fair, I haven't lost my temper like that in a long ass time, dude. And I'm not proud of it, to be honest. I'm not. I recognize in myself that getting blackout drunk on stream it's not cool. You know, I get really depressed around the fucking holidays, and well, drinking in a way is not going to solve anything. If anything, it just makes people around me concerned. And on a side note, I'm sick and tired of the fucking cops coming over here all the damn time. Like, fucking Christ. And on the side note, I'm not allowed to have a drink in my own apartment, you know? But it is what it is. To everyone in my life, I appreciate all the love and support and patience. And this is no one else making this decision but myself.
So that little video, that was Gothic King Cobra, JFS, a YouTube streamer that, you know, I hope someday, and we're very successful with this, I can say that I was inspired by Gothic King Cobra. And I was, in a lot of ways. And if you know of him, and if you're about to know about him, unfortunately, he just passed away, I believe yesterday. Which is, it's so funny, the things that hit you and the people that you relate to. And why do I relate to him? We're nothing alike. But I have been following him since he was in high school, like legit. I've been following him on YouTube. Or no, I think not high school. He had just gotten out of Job Corps. He had just gotten kicked out of Job Corps, moved in with his girlfriend at the time. And I love his glimmers of self-awareness. And like an earnestness to do better, you know? And I'm very thankful that I feel like I've known a lot of people similar to Josh Saunders. And they had a lot to share, you know, they had a lot to say, and it was interesting. It was good to hear it through their eyes, or see something through their eyes, almost always, like it just to sit and try to understand them. And but often I did, you know, I didn't get to spend like a lot of time, or maybe I didn't want to spend a lot of time with them. But there's a barrier on the internet, and we're compelled to watch these people who are willing to put themselves out there. And Josh would put out streams that were like literally 6 hours every day, you know, where he would just sit, and it was like, maybe the only time he used his voice was when he was just talking for 7 hours to a camera, like they were there, you know? And so I guess what I'm saying is that I feel like I've known a lot of people that have suffered the same type of whatever as Josh, but they didn't have the outlet. They didn't have the trolls either, you know? And I'm sure that a lot of people, to like beware, I'm sure that a lot of people that if you go and search his name right now, it will be a lot of like clown stuff, you know, and stuff where maybe a lot of people are laughing at him. And so I want to mention that I picked that clip specifically because it is such a glimmer into the will to be better. You know? And I love that. I love that.
Yeah, and also like it just with folks like that where it's like they can't live without just being exactly who they are. And I think this is like with people, like how dare people laugh at that? How fucking dare people laugh like that kind of like willingness to be vulnerable and attempt to show yourself, and again like be wrong. And even in that clip where he's like, oh yeah, I could see how some people would be worried about that. Like, what?
Listen, I know a lot of like emotionally intelligent people that have never said something that like self-aware. So as we go to our next midnight break, you know, I made a drink combo for Josh, and I'd like to give my respect to his family and to his fans and to his spirit and ghost that will be watching
humanity
over us and his humanity. So hail Satan, rest in peace.
Hail Satan.
Gothic King Cobra. Oh, I guess a minute has passed. Well, here we are in Act 3. And, well, I like to get a little wild in Act 3. And before I get there, we're going to go to another performance from just the incredible A Pleasure. And Mark is chomping at the bit. What a great performance from Mark. And let me bring him in since he's ready to be here.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Mark, come on in. Come on in, Mark.
Okay.
Can everybody at home hear him? There he is. Hey, Mark. How's it going? Yeah, great.
Wow.
Great.
Wow.
Mark.
Yes.
Mark Cursed. I always said cursed. Mark Cursed, also known as A Pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us tonight and performing. Right off the bat, I just want everybody to know both our waiting room set and the first two set. This is all improv tonight, right?
There are a couple things that were rehearsed, but mostly improv. Yes.
So humble.
I know.
I mean,
this isn't the FBI. You don't have to always be honest. I know. Yeah, like. Well, it's been so long since I've seen you. When I was in the underground electronic scene in New York, I think we were there at the same time, and I saw you around Bossa Nova and all of those amazing.
Nova.
Yeah, and it's a thrill to me that you are like still in it and making just amazing work, Mark. That was just incredible to me. And it sounds like everybody in the chat loved it too. Real quick, let me just take care of some business. Hey, at home, if you loved that as much as we did, why don't you call in? Call 712-345-6648. And if you're dialing from a prison or if you're dialing from a payphone, you can also dial, or Canada or Mexico, you can also dial 1-866-345-6648, and you can reach us for free. I don't know how to. Anyway, Mark.
That was good.
Mark. So I saw
Mark
a plethora of buttons that were glowing in the dark, and a guitar. And it was like techno, or a version of that to me. So I don't think that that's the traditional thing that most people have in mind when they're visualizing people making this type of music. Would you mind walking us through a little bit of the process that we got a glimmer of?
Sure. Man, where do I start? Buttons that light up. You're probably talking about the monome grids. And I'm using this other device called the Norns and I'm using those little like the buttons that light up to control like a program called cheat codes as a way to sort of manipulate live audio. And so I'm also filtering my guitar as part of it. I think at the beginning you can see a lot of that where it's taking in small little chunks of what it is I'm playing and then playing it back at different pitches and intervals to create a kind of like almost like a sparkly effect. I hate using that term to describe it, but it's the best thing I can come up with now.
Wait. Why do you hate using sparkly?
Oh, because I don't think that accurately depicts what it is I'm trying to say, but it's the best word I could come up with. I feel like sparkly is something else that's not that, but it's the best way I could think of it.
Interesting, because Craig, he used like the word techno, and when I was like drafting Instagram posts to introduce a pleasure or a Mark to, I was like, what do I call this? Because like techno, DJing, composing, like none of the words were good enough. So Mark, do you have a word for what you do?
Oh man, I wish I did. The best I can often come up with is like, I guess the way that I like to describe it personally is like non-genre specific music. I'm kind of pulling from so many different places in like one at like a time, where it's difficult to say that I'm just leaning into like one thing or not. So there's elements of like minimalist classical composition. It's like a big thing for me. And always it's been a big part of like the history of electronic music. Another big aspect is me like chopping up breaks, but I can't really call what I'm doing like drum and bass or jungle, but I'm borrowing a lot of those like techniques. And then but also in terms of using drum machines, I'm using like a traditional drum machine alongside with it that is in line with techno. It's kind of like how I got into using that equipment, and then started to lean in kind of like in the directions that I feel excited about. I've always done a healthy amount of, I think, ambient as part of my music from the beginning. And so there's a lot of that, because again, that encapsulates like so much like other history and theory in terms of music, that using it all together is something that I've always defined as like music that's for everyone and absolutely no one at the same time.
Bro, wow. We were just talking about that. Like, generally everything that I enjoy is like everybody's invited, but it's very exclusive. You know what I mean? Like, Chris was telling me a story of a restaurateur, I think, in that got in some hot water about something, and he said like, we make food for everyone, but not for anyone, or something like that. And it's like, like perfect.
It was food
anyway
for anyone, not for everyone. And
yeah, right.
I'm saying that to everyone here.
Yeah. That's I got it backwards. Yes, thank you, Chris. So yeah, I love that. I love a club that you have to like make an effort to be a part of. In fact, I think that all of the music that I really loved, all of my favorite music, right? Cocteau Twins, which I hear a lot of in your stuff, and
100%,
and
totally.
My Bloody Valentine, being like two of like the leads for me. But both records that when I bought them in high school, I did not get it. I held on to a 12-inch by the Cocteau Twins for like 15 years before I really got it. And then when you get it, it just unlocks something.
It hits really hard. For me, it was a mixtape someone made for me in high school that was all like My Bloody Valentine and Cocktail Twins.
Oh,
And at that
man.
time, I was like very much into like early '90s like hardcore. And so there was a part of it where I'm just like, I'm not really kind of into this, but I was like, I don't know, it's kind of cool. And then over the years, it's like I started like I wore out that tape. I wish I could remember who made it to this day. It's so long ago because I remember it was like, you know, I'm not sure if they had a crush on me at the time. That could have been possible, but they were like,
They made a mixtape for you. They probably
they
had a crush on
you, dude.
Mark.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably true to fair, but
yeah, no, they probably had a crush on you.
but at the time, I remember it was like oh god, what was it? I getting a mixtape from somebody. Even what she said was this like, I don't think you'll probably like this right now, because at my high school, like that's right, I went to like a magnet school for math and science. So the amount of people that were like kind of into I guess like underground or different music was it was small, but it was also already a small school. So on the first day of school, I wore like a Fugazi T-shirt, so I stuck out with like the other like older kids in high school. They're like, "Hey, kid, like."
Is it weird
I love
that I think, even though like I love all of Fugazi's records and like there's definitely one standout record that is totally different. Instrument, that's my favorite Fugazi record, like by far.
Great one.
But I also love what Fugazi does. But it is weird that like my favorite record of theirs is really not a Fugazi record, you know?
It's fair, but it's such a good one.
It's so good.
My favorite one was Steady Diet of Nothing.
Oh yeah.
And that's the one that everybody hates.
I love it. I have it. Yeah, it's noisy as hell.
It's most people's like least favorite, and I don't know why.
I get
like
that.
over the years, I'm like I like this so much more. Like the older I get, the more I like that one. But I always say my defense of Steady Diet of Nothing is that's the one that's closest to instrument out of like the previous.
You're so
catalog.
right. You're so right, and I agree with you completely. Yeah,
it was like when Steady Diet came out, it's like I think the average fan like wasn't ready for what it would become. But once we got to instrument, it's like, oh, okay, because Fugazi was kind of a band you almost grew up with at that time period, you know? Yeah,
if you were in any type of hardcore or punk scene, like that was a rite of passage, right? Like Bad Religion, Fugazi, and like pick a side. Are you gonna drink or are you gonna be straight edge? Pick a side, punk.
May I also just like gently remind us that we were just talking about like letting people grow and fail and like how hard that can be, that like as y'all are talking about like, oh, everybody hated this one album and I'm wrong. Exactly. Like this feels exactly a part of everything we were talking about earlier, is like and how hard it can be to, let people grow, and how stuck people can get in times and eras,
And absolutely that also you had like, again, there was a high bar of entry, right? You had to really make an effort. I revisited Cocktail Twins 10 times until, and then maybe like the hits. And then for me, Mark, I took a road trip from New York to the Midwest, and I decided that now is a make it or break it. I'm going to listen to the entire discography from beginning to end. And somewhere in the middle of Indiana, when I was on their last album, For Calendar Cafe, or second to last album, and the last song on that album, Purr, I completely broke down, like emotional breakthrough. And right. Suddenly I heard everything from all of the albums. And then the next half of the trip, I listened to nothing but the whole discography over again. And it was so familiar to me at that point. I had just like made that breakthrough. And now it's the songs that play in my head, For
me, there's a distinct moment. And like I would make at my work, my old job when I was working at Momo Sushi Shack, I'd make my own playlists at work, and during lunchtime, I could kind of listen to whatever I want. I'd even like play like music that I recorded, but I remember just being like, I just wanted to only be Cocteau Twins, and just let it go infinitely. And what I found was there was, I think, albums that I avoided at one point because like the production quality like rose as they made more and more music, and like the later ones I think I didn't gravitate to as much. And then the song Treasure of Finding, Treasure Hiding.
Yeah.
Like I had this moment at work where, and I think this was, again, it was like not that long after my father had passed. I'm like at work, and that song comes on. It starts out so quiet, which is probably my favorite part about it, where it's like I can hear myself like breathe, and the song is just like like something, it just hits, and then you're just sobbing. And that's like literally what happened. I'm in the middle of like talking to like a customer, and I just break down in front of them, and like, and at that moment I'm like, listen, I'm really sorry. It's like, my father had passed away, and like, and this, like this song is just hitting me like right now with that, while I'm trying to describe to you the specials. And they were super, understanding, apologetic about it, obviously, but I just remembered like after the song playing it again.
Okay.
And, like,
I listened.
Like, yes. I would just listen to that song on like repeat, like nonstop, and even subjected people in the restaurant, like, I'm gonna play it one more time. I'm so sorry. It's like 3 or 4 times in a row. But it's also like, it's important for me because it was a vernacular that I was always doing in music, being like really quiet and then building up to getting really loud or whatever, and then realizing I'm like kind of like why I would do that, and hearing it and then actually like feeling it and experiencing that way was just like, oh yes, it's like it's this celebration of like allowing me to feel. And that's the beauty of there actually being no discernible lyrics. It's like I feel like I made my own words to it just naturally, and I have other people that I work with that thought it was just in another language. Like, are they singing in like some like Eastern European language? I'm like, no, it's entirely its own unique things. Like, but you feel this emotional connection, like
literally emotions in the air. And I had the exact same experience. And then when you get to the very last album, when she's like literally just writing out songs, right? After this career of just singing with a voice that was understood, that resonated, I was like, whoa, are those words? Like, what has she chosen now to say? And that song, the song Purr, she says, I'm not afraid of your anger. What do you need? What do you want? I love you, and I know you'll figure it out. And I heard those lyrics, and I was like, "Well, dude, I'm telling you, in the middle of Indiana, my sunroof open, and I was like, what the fuck did she just say?" And I repeated it, and I repeated it. And I kept on listening to it, and I had a breakthrough. And my ex-wife at the time, she was sleeping in the passenger seat, and I turned it up to 10, and I'm just screaming and crying like, "Oh my God!" Because it gave me the vernacular. Like, I had never even thought for a human that was in authority to say, I don't know, man, but I know you're angry, and that's fine. You'll figure it out. I'm here, but I don't know how much help I can be. You'll figure it out. It was the most powerful thing, I think, like, yeah.
What's the biggest gift you could give somebody?
Fail in front of people.
Yeah.
And Mark, I want to get back to you because so forgive me, but the last record that I heard of yours that was released was this record Dream House, which you guys have to find it. It's on Apple Music, I'm sure, or whatever. but go to the website, go to the Bandcamp, links below.
I think Bandcamp's the only place it's not. It's
Okay.
on Spotify, Tidal, everything else, just not Bandcamp. There's different things on Bandcamp.
Well, go get the record because it's incredible. And I remember a very interesting story that I would love for you to tell about this, about how that record got released. You know, again, I was talking about My Bloody Valentine. If I could count the records that I've listened to the most in the last 10 years, it would be Loveless, it would be Anything by the Cocteau Twins, and it would be Sirens by Nicholas Jar. So
that's a great,
you know,
great list.
I mean, I guess I was already talking about the restaurant.
Yeah, right.
I played, yeah. And so while I was working there, I was playing music that I had recorded basically in my apartment. And that way it's like, it's fun to pass the time at work, but also I can hear it on different speakers than it is what I have at home. So a lot of times, like, I'll either like get different ideas, maybe change something, but it's a great way to just kind of like hear it while I'm at work because I'm just playing it off my phone. So that's pretty easy, you know? And I don't know that it's Nicholas Jar, but he's having lunch and he's there with the manager of his label. And they're, you know, I'm just walking up to the table and like, you know, pardon me, but, you know, do you want another beer? And it's like, you know the music that's playing? I'm like, yeah, it's me anyways. Do you want another drink or whatever, you know? And then he'd be like, no, you didn't make this. I was like, no, yeah, I did. And like, at that time, it's like my set was like
Mark, this is Nicholas Jar saying this to you. This is Nicholas Jar saying this to you.
Yes.
But you don't know that it's him.
I don't know that it's him.
Okay.
I'm trying to think the album that he put out. I hadn't seen like a photo of him or anything, so it's like I don't know what he looks like. I'm just familiar with like some of the music that they released, but that's about it. But with that said, he was just like, no, like, you know, we're interested in, you know, signing new artists. That you said that you made this. I was like, yeah. It's like we were like just trying to like find out how we could get in touch with who this artist is, and we, you know, can't Shazam it or whatever. We thought maybe you knew them, but it's actually just you. But I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. What do you want? But that was like our meeting, and that evening it was like the Clown and Sunset boiler room session. That was at Market Hotel. I'm trying to create like a timeline. I'm trying to remember what year this was. It's so long, more than a decade.
It was like 2016, right? Or 2015, 2016?
No. Before. It was before then. I mean, like
that's
because
that's
Other
where the record
wasn't a label
right,
yet.
Right.
And like my record came out 2016.
Right.
And I think it took me like maybe at least like a year or two. So this may be 2014, 2013 maybe. God, so it's so rough to think of because COVID is just such like a black hole of time. Like, anything before or after, I'm like, was that? but yeah, the afterwards, he's like, hey, like, you know, you should come to my boiler room set. Or like, wait, he said it like this. Actually, it was like, hey, have you ever been to boiler room? I'm like, no, I've always like wanted to go or whatever. You know, that, like, it would be cool to do one. He's like, oh, you'd like to do a boiler room one day? And I was like, I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know when that's going to happen. He's like, well,
like literally Nicholas Jar's boiler room set. One of his, when he does this remix of a Destiny Child's track, it's my favorite boiler room set that ever was. And
like boiler room in the first place crazy. Was just like a very high bar. You know, like this that just casually talking about like, oh, you want to do boiler room someday? Huh.
I mean, I was luckily able to do so thanks to Nicholas Jar. So it's like you know, I went to go meet Nicholas, and then he decided that he wanted to sign me, and then it was like I was sending like tracks back and forth for, I mean, it was probably a better part of a year, if not more, if I remember right. It's long. It was, for me, again, a long time ago. So it was like almost 10 years ago now when the record came out, but it was probably 10 years ago at least when I started working on it. That's for sure.
Yeah, right.
And then like, and I literally did that like boiler room set, and the next day, like, you know, that's when my father went into the hospital, and I was like, oh, nuts.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing,
my
right?
gosh.
Yeah, I mean, and condolences about your father, Mark. But also, like, what a tragedy. Because I remember when that record came out and being like, this is the record of the year. This is the record. I was listening to it all the time, and there it is. Thank you, Chris. And there's the record cover too. Oh, sick! I love it. And it was such a great process. Anyway, my point is that this record kind of fell off. It didn't get its moment because I realized that you were having things going on in your life. So, like, for anybody listening, anybody that has been impressed by this set, go check out Mark's work. Check out Dreamhouse. And incidentally, I just today, Mark, saw the album artwork for a record that you're going to be on with our good friend Mr. Waterwet, who in part did the theme for our show. And he has a record coming out. It's called Things Gone and Things Still Here.
Ooh, I didn't know
Here
that. That's
Still.
exciting.
I'm sorry. Things
Cool.
Gone and Things Here Still. And I know that Mark has a feature on that. How is that? How do you feel about this record? I've heard it and it's incredible.
I haven't heard it yet. I've only heard, I think the two tracks that I played on. And again, like, I haven't heard the sort of like changes that Iggy has made.
Right.
So I'm anxious and excited to hear it. So that's cool. It's like, and I also like, I totally forgot that I did that because that was in April when was it April? Was it March? I think it was March when my mom like fell down and hurt herself. So it's like, oh
Jesus.
Like, I don't know.
Oh my God, Mark. So
you got a lot of shit going on.
Yeah. Walk us through that. Like, what has it been like this last year? Tonight it seems like a pretty obvious theme for the night has been this journey, this hero's journey, whether through time or space or
people, places, things.
There's a thing that Nicholas Jarre said to me many years ago, watching me perform, and it was like very like touching. I remember because everybody else was telling me that he was like standing in the front row, like watching me play. And this specific set, the thing that used to happen to me a lot back then was some of my equipment might break down in front of me, and so like I'm performing in front of like I don't know how many hundreds of people, like it's maybe even more than that. It's just a wash of like heads, and one of my drum machines kind of like stops working, goes out because the core, it's old, it's from the 80s, so if I like bump it a little bit too much, it might stop working. So I had to like reroute MIDI to like, I had like, this is why I have two drum machines, so I can kind of like basically in the moment like fix my problem. And that's also when I have the biggest smile on my face, because I'm like, of course, I'm Mark Kirst, like, of course, like it just broke, like, go figure. Like, I'm gonna have to find a way to salvage this set and make it sound like in the way that I like or whatever. But Nicholas said this thing, it was like, there's this huge component of your music that's about struggle, and not just in like having to execute it, but like that's like what you're expressing through it, which I think there's a part of me that knew that, but just didn't, again, like the verbiage of being like, oh, it's like I'm writing music that's expressing my struggle. Yeah, probably. Because I feel like I go through a big like emotional spectrum, and that part's like intentional and purpose. It's kind of like a narrative where, there's like moments, it's for me, doing things like chopping a break or whatever, it's like about like disjointed like rhythm, and then finding your own sort of pace with it.
Yeah.
And finding like a way to sort of like walk forward despite it. it's like, again, there's this thing I like to say. It's like when you're like overwhelmed with tragedy and you like start running, when you're crying and like you kind of fall over and there's like a stumbling rhythm. If I just give in and cry, I can't keep moving. And for me, it's like, since I'm constantly having to like worry and take care of another person, I'm like, I can't afford to stop. So I can only just do this sort of like galloping like forward and like catching myself within it. And it's like, so just this year, it was like February, the water pipes burst for the second time. And then at the end of April, my mom fell down. And I found out in March that, it was a broken foot and a broken knee. Like, definitely can't walk. And then I can't talk too much probably about the lawsuit. And then she's getting sued as of like a week ago. So yeah, it's been a lot in just like 1 year. But through it all, it's like I can't stop. Like she needs help. So I'm gonna help her.
Jesus.
That's just
there's a thought I'd like to share with you, at the risk of sounding unsensitive, but I think that you know me well enough to know that I'm coming from a good, like what Nicholas Jar was saying about your music being based in suffering and struggle, right? And then does that make the struggle worth it? Like, is a life of levels of intensity as opposed to good or bad, right? Like, you can only enjoy the sunshine to a certain degree, right? But you can feel very, very, very bad. And so if intensity is the mark, right? Like, you can get intensely, it feels like, at least for me, I can get intensely sad at a much higher degree than I can be intensely happy. And then in that case, like, is the suffering worth it? I value that intensity. I don't value the circumstance. And if I'm pointing at any one, it's not worth it. But as a whole, a life of feeling, and maybe that's what I mean, a life of feeling.
Craig, can you say that your mantra, the pain you feel is where, that this feels like
a rabbi once told me.
Moment.
A rabbi once told me, the pain you feel is the reward you get for giving a shit in the first place. And I didn't mention that he was a rabbi and he was cursing. But beyond that, if you can get past that, what a valuable lesson.
Well, and I think I wanted you to say that in this moment, because again, I'm thinking about struggle. And Mark, I mean, I don't know everything about you, but like, not everybody chooses to be there for their parents or go through that or show up or, like choose to be in it. And I just think it's a beautiful thing to choose the struggle, because the pain you feel is the gift you get for giving a shit. Like, it shows that you give a shit. It shows that you give a shit. That you're choosing to give a shit. And a lot of people choose not to.
I'm just trying to imagine like what I'd look like if you didn't
have the pain.
I mean, it's like maybe it's something where it's just like I don't even think about it as pain anymore. Again, there's it's actually, I hate talking about like this record I recorded forever ago, but there's a song in there called Grace, and it's like when my father went in the hospital more than 10 years ago, different situation. It's like I recorded a bunch of like sounds of him in the hospital. He like went into a coma, and it was just for like overnight, but it was definitely a scary moment for me. And it was the only time I remember like consciously like praying as like an adult and not like a kid in church or whatever, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Where I'm like, there's nothing that I can do. And to, I'm not the kind of person to associate like my prayer with him coming out of the coma, but I understand like why it's an act that people do, and it's something that I respect, because I even myself did it without really even having like some like organized sense of religion or whatever. It's less, but it's funny because it's like I was like trying to think of a name for a song, and I usually have these stupid names, but that one I titled Grace, because that's it was like there were a lot of different ways I could have handled that, and I chose to just stay there like by his side, and like there's a part of me that's like I think it's silly that I prayed, but also at the same time it's like that's me really like giving of myself, and it's like in the end, like there's a term in Korean called han, which is like it's a word that means like the feeling you have when you're facing unbeatable odds. There's just like a word that kind of defines like that emotion, but it has both like positive and kind of negative connotations depending upon like how you use it. But again, it's like a form of like grace, like in that moment being like I could just buckle, or I could just be there, even if it's like I can't make him come out of a coma, you know what I mean? Like, but I can at least be present and be there, and maybe that made a difference. I don't know.
Anna, this poet from Russia named Anna Akhmatova is my like spirit guide at the moment, and oddly, she has opened me up to prayer. And I like you, I don't respect religiosity, or I haven't in my life. I'm rediscovering things that I thought I was very right about now, and it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm associating myself to a religiosity, but I am in rebellion appropriating their acts, and then when I try it out, I was like, oh, that's a moment that I really enjoyed. And then I really enjoy watching other people pray earnestly, and reaching out. That's what it feels like. Like, a last resort. And it's not with maybe an expectation of anything happening, but because you have completely conceded that your expectation is that it won't. And you need to put this energy somewhere. And why not cry out? And that in and of itself is this act of bearing witness to the intensity. To bear witness. Maybe that's good enough. Especially in this time of midnight falling across America. In fact, another one's coming right now. See you on the flip side.
企啊？
你有翻屋企跟我一陣。
我話明上嚟坐下啫喎，你當我乜嘢嚇？你唔好以為我好隨便啊嚇！你以為所有都係咁嘅難鬼要玩俾我就可以為所欲為啦嚇？我唔同我啲貪慕虛榮嘅女人啊嚇！你唔好仲行埋嚟啊
你叫咩名？
我做咩話俾你知啊？
睇下我嘅錶。
點解睇住你錶啫？夠鐘啦，講啊！
由而家開始，我哋就係1分鐘嘅朋友。呢個係事實嚟嘅，你追唔翻。
我問你佢有冇嚟過啊？你唔應我就得㗎？我成日都有見佢嘅。你做咩咁賤啫？人哋都話唔要你啦，你做咩成日咁低佢做咩啫？一人哋唔要你啊，你咪自己翻屋企喊咯！做咩話俾我知啊？我唔想知原來佢咪對我特別衰，亦都唔係對你特別好啊！有冇羨慕啊？佢對抗你都一樣嘅啫。
唔係人人都咁好彩嘅，做人千祈唔好比較。
有一日有個人指住個鐘同我講，佢話會因為嗰1分鐘而記得我。
You know what? And just a little shout out to Austin Davis, who created this, little interstitial music for us under the moniker Rimco, HRMCO. Find it on streaming services or listen to it on our show, and watch all the back episodes and like and subscribe, please, because we're really happy doing this, and we're hoping that you find some joy in it as well. And speaking of which, we wanted to make a bit of a schedule so you knew when to mark your calendar to come back. So we'll be back with you on September 5th, September 20th, and October 4th. So mark those dates.
September 6th.
Sorry, September 6th. Do you know that they're going to make an eye drop that that fixes nearsightedness?
What?
I mean, like nearsight diminish. Yeah, they said that. I looked it up. Okay. They have an eye drop that I won't need reading glasses.
Oh, okay. I'm happy for you.
I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm getting older.
Doesn't look like it.
Thank you. And we really had a great show tonight, and we're going a little long. We had a great conversation with Mark, but I know that we'll have him back.
We got it.
That was just incredible. So
Mark's our people. Mark is our people.
Mark is our people, and he's also going to join our Magic League where we play Magic the Gathering, and Mark is going to play Magic the Gathering.
Oh, with
yeah, guys.
Oh.
Also, come and check out the Discord. We do fun stuff in there, and we have a great old time, and we play Magic sometimes, and you can play Magic too, if that's your thing. And
or if you're up late at night, I'm always awake, so I'll be on there. If you're an insomniac, you might catch me at 3 a.m.
There it is. A place to be. a place to be if you'd like to be. And I'd like to thank Brody. And I'd like to thank Mr. Water Wet and Monkey. And
can I just also speak everybody should know that producer director Chris was doing all the visuals for the performances, like a man of all of the skills and talents that are self-taught through this process. So that feels important to have here.
Yeah. We keep on failing and figuring it out.
Mm-hmm. In front of you all.
In front of you all. And thanks for sticking with us. And I promise you, this show is just going to get better and better and better and better. And I think that Mark, a pleasure, has agreed to play us out. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. And in our video description, there's a compilation that is coming out or that is already out that Mark is on. Follow him all over the place. I'm telling you. You're going to love it.
Yeah, I feel really lucky we got him in this moment.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, thank you for staying with us. And this is one last performance from Mark. And roll those credits. Chris.